Mumat Makassar rasa saya.
Tes di Malino. Deh.
Baik, mohon izin untuk memulai Bapak Ibu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, esteemed participants, and honored guests. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Innovation and Excellence 2024. So my name is Vikit Rosmayanti, and I am honored to serve as the moderator for this important session featuring our distinguished invited speaker. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest appreciation for your participation in this prestigious event, where we come together to explore the theme Transformative Research and Innovation Across Disciplines. We are truly privileged to have a distinguished group of speakers and participants from these various fields and regions, and all united by a common goal of advancing innovation through multidisciplinary collaboration. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce our highly represented invited speaker, and each of whom brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise on this conference, and their contribution are esteemed to the remarkable strides being made across diverse fields of study. And then for this session, we will have two invited speakers, and allow me to introduce the first invited speakers. We have Bapak Dr. Muhammad Tahir SPD MED Area, the head of postgraduate master study program at Makassar State University, Indonesia. And Dr. Tahir's extensive research in education leadership has been instrumental in improving educational standards and practices. And the second invited speaker, we have Dr. Adi Asrifan, SPD, MPD, an esteemed lecturer from Universitas Negeri Makassar, who has made substantial contribution in the fields of education and linguistics, particularly in curriculum development and language teaching. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to briefly outline the format and rules for today's session. First, each speaker will have 20 to 25 minutes for the presentation. And then following each presentation, there will be 5 to 10 minutes question and answer sessions to address questions from the audience. And then during this time, participants are encouraged to submit their questions via chat box or by raising hands in virtual platform. And then the next, we kindly request that all participants keep their microphones muted during the presentation to ensure the session proceeds smoothly and without interruptions. And the last, the total time allotted for each speaker, including question and answer, is 30 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to invite our first invited speaker, Dr. Muhammad Tahir, SPD, MPD, MED area, to deliver his presentation. So for Dr. Muhammad Tahir, SPD, MED area, the screen is yours.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
to present my a little bit information or insight about critical thinking in higher education, a future challenge for Indonesian higher education. So, actually, the critical thinking is not new, but in our national education curriculum, critical thinking has been issued by our national, our government to issue this curriculum. So, this curriculum characterized by implementing critical thinking skills from elementary, secondary, upper level until university level, ladies and gentlemen. So to implement the critical thinking, of course, it has faced many problems. For instance, curriculum reform, teaching material, teacher mindset in implementing this curriculum regarding with our national new curriculum Merdeka or independent curriculum. Is such kind of problem really a burden for all teachers around the country, particularly for a remote school, for instance. Okay. And then what's going on in our Indonesian curriculum? And then you know that our national curriculum has been changed for many times since our Independence Day, 1945. Since that, our national curriculum implemented. However, the result of our national education, for instance, national standard for students still unsatisfying. Therefore, our government still look forward to refine, to transform the curriculum so that we can go to the competitive world. For instance, how we compete to another country who already implement critical thinking skill in their primary, secondary, or after a level of education. So this is the background of how we see the critical thinking and its impact to our national curriculum. So mainly the curriculum of Indonesia is depart from traditional rote learning. So what is traditional rote learning? Traditional rote learning emphasizes how the students only memorize things. For instance, in EFL context, we truly encourage our students to memorize the grammar, for instance, to memorize a lot of vocabulary in English, for instance. So what's going on what happened then? So all the students believe that grammar is a really difficult one. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's emphasize on critical thinking. And then if we aligned with 21st century skill, and then we try to compare our national assessment compared to the international assessment, for instance. So it seems that this is fact that our national education level are still lag behind compared to our neighbor country, for instance, yeah, and Singapore. Yeah, this is our government right now are facing the problem and then issue for pelajar Pancasila to implement this critical reasoning and implement it in our new curriculum or independent curriculum. So the integration of critical thinking aligns with the growing demand for essential 21st century skills such as collaboration. So we strongly encourage our students to work together to find solution on problem that the teacher assigned to the students. And technological mastery is another thing that's really crucial to be mastered online with the 21st century skill. And the next is critical thinking itself. So in facing in a global competitive, we still believe that this critical thinking is a really important skill to be mastered or to be skilled by our students. And the last is effective communication. So many research found that our students have low ability in developing their critical thinking. And also it has the data or the research found that ineffective communication is still happening in our students, not only majoring in English subject, but all of the subjects saw the result, and the result is still unsatisfying. So based on these problems, so we try to depart from this problem and then try to find solution. And what is the solution is, the first one is the emergence of critical reasoning. So the introduction of the profile pelajar Pancasila is a framework for holistic student development. In this state or in this approach, the government tried to introduce in the beginning level of education, start from primary, secondary, and upper level of education. This framework emphasized the importance of critical reasoning as a fundamental aspect of teaching and learning process. What's going on there is we encourage our teacher to implement critical thinking. For instance, they promote problem-based learning, teaching method, project-based listening method, case methods, and any kind of teaching model that promotes critical thinking itself. So what about critical thinking? in higher education. Critical thinking is not only a desirable skill, but mandatory competence in higher education. So, because in higher education, all students face a more complex cognitive tasks, therefore, they need critical thinking skill in completing their course. They have it from the teachers, and then they need to collaborate. They need to have effective communication. So the teaching models such as problem solving, case methods, and project-based learning is another kind of teaching method that can develop the students' critical thinking skill. Okay. Now, if we look back the history of critical thinking itself, so critical thinking is mainly derived from the word we learn from the word of Greece, where the Socrates firstly introduced this definition. So he emphasized the importance of questioning assumption and challenging established belief. So mainly in our teaching learning process, in our pedagogic, we know it as Socratic questions. And this is one I recommend with teaching model if a teacher wants to improve their students' critical thinking. And back again to the medieval period where critical thinking is discussed in this period. And then we have Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas is one of philosophers. During this time, Thomas Aquinas is a prominent theologian and philosopher, developed a systematic approach. And then what Aquinas emphasized is that belief must have a sound basis, a reason to be considered valid. This indicates that fact, document, information should be based on fact, should be based on data. So without valid data, without solid information, without validation the information, so we don't believe as true information. And then the Enlightenment periods. In these periods, we have Descartes, Montesquieu, Bell, and Voltaire. Both of what they are philosophical. So the focus of critical thinking in this Enlightenment time is we see that individual contributed to the rise of critical thinking. And the most focus for critical thinking in this period is how we clarify, how we create accuracy and questioning as all aspect of thoughts. So the point is how we bring information, we share information with clarity, accuracy, and of course, questioning after we express information or ideas to the audience. And then there are 2 points that Descartes, Montesquieu, Bell, and Voltaire emphasize in this period of time. They are how we bring critical thinking in the social aspect of life and political environment. So those 2 environments really support the development of critical thinking, political and social. Okay. This is another concept about critical thinking. John Dewey defined critical thinking as a comprehensive definition of critical thinking introduced in 1933. He emphasized that critical thinking involves actively, persistently, and carefully considering a belief. So it can be concluded that a lot of information that we gain from outside, we should filter before we believe that it is a true information, ladies and gentlemen. And the challenge of developing critical thinking skills, recent research conducted by Peters and Soden in 2010 found that significant proportion of university students lack adequate critical thinking skill, and this is a recent phenomena. This is a recent problem that we are facing as educators. So in our daily activity, in the pedagogical activity, we witness how we see the students has or have a lack of critical thinking skills. For instance, in expressing ideas, questioning, answering questions, for instance, particularly Asian students, they are well known as a passive and silent students. This is another challenge, I think, for developing critical thinking. Besides the teachers' readiness to promote critical thinking, we have to also face another handicaps or problems such as the students' education background, individual difference, and any other variable that really impact the developing of critical thinking skill. So another thing that we have to think about is HOTS. This is another new term that we even taxonomy we already know. Taxonomy Bloom, for instance, taxonomy Bloom is a kind of structure of critical or cognitive style or cognitive order, where Bloom introduced it to define or classify the cognitive level of human being. So in HOTS, high order thinking skill, we don't not simply just understand the content or the context, but we need to analyze, synthesize, evaluation, and creative problem solving, which are benefit for improving academic skill or academic success, and also to improve professional development, both teachers and students. In Australia, for instance, the Foundation for Young Australians highlighted that 159% increased the demand for critical thinking skills. What about in our national education? Do we really care to put critical thinking as a basis for anticipating 21st century skill that is globally demanded? So that's the homework of our national government. And then challenges in implementing critical thinking in educational context. Basically, there are four fundamental aspects or fundamental challenge in improving or implementing critical thinking skill. The first one is cultural influence. So mainly we know that we are from low-level context where cultural bond is really respect. For instance, we respect other people. So it influences the way we behave in teaching learning process. Because we always respect other people, and then whatever they say is we accept as a true one. So never question, never ask the question. We frequently accept it as a true information. This is a cultural influence. And the second one, or the second challenge is teacher expertise. Mostly research found that EFL teachers do not or still do not what is critical thinking and how EFL teacher best implemented critical thinking skill in teaching or learning process. They struggle enough to understand and effectively implement critical thinking with their teaching practice. And this become a big problem because in one side, they have to teach their students how to develop their critical thinking skill, but in another side, they have to also to redefine what is critical thinking skill and bring it critical thinking skill in their teaching learning process, for instance. And another challenge is focus on standardized score. This to become problem, as I stated before, our national curriculum has been checked for 32 years, but the result is still unsatisfying. Summative and formative still become a major assessment and evaluation process. Therefore, in this case, Yuan believe that many educational institutions prioritize enhancing student score on standardized assessment, often at the expense of fostering critical thinking skills. And then the last one is, or the last challenge, emphasize on linguistic structure. Therefore, researchers suggest that EFL instruction often focuses on language structure and grammatical rules. Therefore, for many years, we assign our students with a grammar, memorizing grammar, memorizing the pattern of the grammar, memorizing the conversation, without paying much attention on how they collaborate, how they develop their communication skills among their classmates. Because the emphasis mainly on language structure, so less attention is given to our students to develop their critical thinking skill. All right, so we move to the philosophical foundation or school of thoughts regarding with critical thinking. At least there are three foundations of thoughts or school of thoughts that totally support the critical thinking implementation in our pedagogical activities. The first one is constructivism. What constructivism that said about critical thinking? This part of philosophical foundation emphasized that the importance of students actively constructing their own knowledge rather than passively receiving information. So the teaching model that we frequently implemented in our teaching learning processes are more traditional ones: lecturing, rote learning, lecture. And therefore, the critical thinking is left behind. So mostly EFL teachers do not pay attention how important critical thinking in developing their students' skills, their English skill. This approach emphasizes on a more students center. For instance, how the students raise questions, analyze the problem, synthesize the information, and leading to the deeper understanding and meaningful learning that can lead to the best conclusion. And the second philosophical foundation will be discovery learning theory. The emphasis of this philosophical foundation is to encourage students to explore information, investigate problem, and discover knowledge from the sample. This approach introduces critical thinking by assigning the student to raise more questions, formulate hypotheses, and test the ideas through hands-on exploration. And the last one is social learning theory. Social learning theory emphasizes the role of social interaction. So how the students are socially interacting in the teaching learning process. Of course, we introduce collaborative teaching learning process. So this is another way how we strongly support the student with the teaching model like debates, group discussion. It can challenge their own perspective, and then it can lead to more comprehensive advanced understanding. And what about the practice or practical strategies for implementing critical thinking? As I stated before, the most commonly well-known teaching model that we may introduce to our students will be project-based learning, problem-based learning, case method, or inquiry-based learning. But the most practical strategies for implementing critical thinking is providing feedback, constructive feedback to the students, so they can identify in what side, in what element they have weaknesses, in what element they saw they're strong, for instance, in critical thinking. Feedback should be specific, and then we, as a teacher, should frequently adopt this while in the beginning of the teaching process, while teaching process, and also at the end of the teaching process. Scaffolding and modeling. This is another thing I think it can really work for implementing critical thinking in our teaching learning process. Scaffolding and modeling. How best we create a model or approach to introduce critical thinking to our students. So in this case, the EFL teacher should act like an actress, like model to introduce, and then they are ready whenever they are needed to the students. They are stand there when they believe and see that the students are in a difficult situation or having problems regarding the topic, for instance. And they sit side by side to help or assist the students. And project-based learning. I think this is very well-known teaching method right now. Well, all EFL teachers know and still implementing this. It can be effective approach to introducing critical thinking. So in problem-based learning, students are strongly engaged in real-world situations and in applying critical thinking skill to solve the problems. So we introduce the problem to the students, and later on they work collaboratively. They work in pair. They present their argument in front of the class, and then of course they introduce the conclusion how to solve the problems. And collaborative learning is the same as project-based learning. Is most 21st century skill needed. In this activity, collaborative learning, I mean, we introduce group discussion, debate, and peer review. And the main point of this activity is we again and again introduce the student how they react to the problem, how they interact, how they synthesize, how they evaluate, how they find the solution on the problem they are facing. Okay, the next is we need to see the implication of critical thinking skill in the nation curriculum, particularly in higher education. First one, campus Merdeka or independent campus, a catalyst for change. And then our Ministry of Education initiates how we avoid teacher-centered in teaching learning process. Therefore, the aims of Campus Merdeka is how we place the students as a focus of the pedagogic activities. So the teachers, in this case, only act as a facilitator, manager, that can orchestrate the atmosphere of teaching learning process. Therefore, the students in this space are the center of constructing their knowledge. Another thing that the campus will introduce is project-based learning and case methods. And then again, the purpose of this kind of approaches is to students how to improve their inquiry, the analysis, their evaluation, and they developing their critical thinking skills. Another one implication for Indonesian curriculum is assessment and evaluation. Because the PBL and VGBL introduce a more authentic assessment, therefore, a teacher should find out the best assessment and evaluation in implementing critical thinking skill. In my experience, implementing critical thinking skills, we need to design appropriate and suitable assessment. For instance, we create a rubric for project-based learning. We create a base rubric for problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning, or case method. So we can meet the criteria how best we assess and evaluate our students in relationship with how we improve their critical thinking skill. And the next is investing in teacher professional development. I think this is really important one because not all teachers understand what is critical thinking itself. So we need more training, we need more coaching, we need more workshops, how best we implement, how best we distribute the idea, of implementing critical thinking skill to improve a teacher's professional development. This includes training in critical thinking pedagogy, teaching material, for instance. And then if it is necessary, our government can create more update information of implementing critical thinking. So it can lead to the professional development of the teachers themselves. All right. This is about future challenges and opportunities for critical thinking in Indonesia. Cultural influence, resource constraints, teachers' expertise, the English language proficiency. So back again to cultural influence. Cultural influence promote the challenge to implementing critical thinking. Cultural norm that emphasize conformity and difference to authority might hinder students' willingness to speak, willingness to criticize, willingness to raise questions, willingness to have comment. Because we are from low-level context culture, where we believe that elder people information is basically true information. All information from the teacher is good information, it's true information. But in fact, we need to clarify. Therefore, our culture do not teach our students how to criticize. Even in our own family, we have seen that how child is forbidden to raise questions, is forbidden to have comments regarding with the idea, regarding with the thing they are seeking, for instance. It becomes slowly by slowly can hinder the students to have critical thinking skills. And resource constraints is another problem, I think. Limited resource, particularly in rural school, because we have limited resource. Therefore, it can hinder the students, the teacher or the schoolmaster or the school management to implement the critical thinking skills, comparing with the schools in the city area, for instance.
Sorry, excuse me, sir. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
We still have 2 minutes. Thank you, dear moderator, to remind me. And finally, we come to the conclusions. The first one is critical thinking is really important element in our national curriculum. It is a transformative curriculum that our government tried to introduce to meet the global challenge or global competitiveness. However, we still have another problem to be solved, and it is a big problem in our country. Cultural bias, teaching resource, teacher training challenges, and the last one is English proficiency as well. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was a presentation from Dr. Muhammad Tahir, talking about critical thinking in higher education environment, a future challenge, and higher education in Indonesia. Well, before inviting the questioner, I'd like to give a little bit to summarize a little bit about the presentation. So, based on the presentation that we've heard just now, then to meet the future challenge of higher education in Indonesia, that university must prioritize the development of critical thinking skill among students. Yeah, so this can be achieved through comprehensive reforms in teaching method, curriculum design, and institutional practices that place students at the center of learning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer sessions. And let me check in the chat box. Okay, well, seems that the participants still writing the question in the chat box. So, oh, ada yang wait. Yes. Oh yeah, we have Marwa Wahyuni. Yes, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your very nice presentation, sir. I am Marwa Wahyuni from English Education postgraduate, and my question is, how can universities in Indonesia prepare students to face the increasingly complex challenges of the force with critical thinking skills? Thank you.
No sound.
Okay, thank you. This is nice questions, I think. Thank you so much. And then regarding the implementing critical thinking, how we anticipate the global competitiveness right now that our country are facing. So the first one is regarding with the changing teaching mindset or teaching mindset of the teachers, for instance. So as I stated before, we have to implement the problem-based learning. We introduce project-based learning, we introduce case method, we introduce inquiry-based learning, because those teaching model can best introduce critical thinking for our student from primary, secondary, until university level. And then what else skill that can improve the critical thinking student is we try to implement collaborative teaching learning process in our teaching. For instance, we create debate, we create group of discussion, project-based learning. And then of course, IT mastery is another important skill that the student should master, because mastering IT skills is a part of developing critical thinking of our students. And teaching material, of course, can be another support element to improve our critical thinking student. Modeling and scaffolding is another thing that we have to implement in improving our students' critical thinking. Scaffolding means that a teacher should act like an assistant to help or to assist the students to achieve their best analysis skill, evaluation skill, creating skills. I think this is my answer.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from please Nurul Akida.
Thank you so much, sir. And my question is, what role does curriculum reform play in promoting critical thinking in higher education, and what specific changes should be prioritized in Indonesia's universities? Did you get my question, sir?
Could you please find more quiet place because the question is not really clear here.
What role does curriculum reform play in promoting critical thinking in higher education, and what specific changes should be prioritized in Indonesia's universities? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a little bit similar questions with the previous questions. So, implementing critical thinking in higher education. As I stated before, that our government already issued Campus Merdeka, and then our curriculum, our national curriculum, truly emphasize on the critical thinking skill or reasoning skills. It can be stated that because national curriculum is already exists from the beginning until higher education levels, and then they strongly emphasize is critical reason or critical thinking skills. As I stated in Profil Pelajar Pancasila, one point in Profil Pelajar Pancasila is how we implement critical thinking. It means that even in higher education, we still have a big duty or task to implement this skill to our student. For instance, in a graduate program, so we promote a more student-centered learning. In this step, the students work collaboratively to complete their tasks. And the second thing, after collaborative learning, the students need to express their ideas, for instance, by group discussion. So the teachers in this site facilitate the students and gives problem to the students or assignment to the students. And later on, the students move forward to introduce in front of the group about their statement, about the information, about the research, about the investigation. So the rest of the students might ask questions or respond or give comments. And this is totally happening, I think, in the graduate level or postgraduate level. So we create more independent learners. We create more independent students. So they try to construct their own knowledge by reading, by researching, by investigating factual information or the most recent phenomenon or problem. Therefore, they are totally responsible is how we find the solution, how they are responsible for constructing the idea to convince the audience, to convince their friend that what they already research is or scientific work, because they use their own logic, they use their own reasoning skill to convince the students. And then if you experience the skill, and then therefore critical thinking is still there. Because in critical thinking, we have to implement skills such as evaluation, synthesizing, creating, or debating, reporting, and concluding. This part of critical thinking elements plays a significant role in improving students' critical thinking, not only in primary level, secondary level, but also in higher education, for instance, in graduate program, or even in postgraduate program. So the role of the teacher here is a little bit passive, if I can say like that. And the role of the students in this phase is more active students, more active learners. They try to internalize their knowledge construction. They have to internalize more theory, relevant insights, so they can enrich their knowledge. And of course, it can lead to improve their critical thinking itself. So promoting questions, more and more questions to the students is a part of raising the students' critical thinking skill. Therefore, in our teaching learning process, questions is a must. Like Socratic questions introduced by philosophy Socrates. So Socrates is a great philosophy, introduces a teaching model to his students. He called it Socratic questions. So if you can implement this Socratic question in your teaching learning process, therefore it can be concluded that it can influence, it can impact the students. However, without having question to your students, I believe that the students keep silent all the time from beginning of the teaching learning process until the end of teaching learning process. I myself will always ask my students in the beginning while in my teaching or at the end of my teaching process, because and I believe it's one process of motivating my students to increase their critical thinking skills. Because from the questions, we are strongly encouraged to find more and more solution, more and more answer. It means that no questions, no critical thinking. This is the final remark for me. No questions, no critical thinking. But more questions, more critical thinking will happen there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that will be the end for Dr. Muhammad Tahir's session. Thank you very much for Dr. Muhammad Tahir, FPD and EDU area for your insightful and engaging presentation. And we truly appreciate your valuable contribution to this session.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, dearest moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next session. The next speaker, the presentation will be delivered by Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD, MPD. So before the presentation, allow me to give brief introduction. So Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD, MPD holds the Doctor of Education in English Language Education from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia, where he completed his dissertation on bilingual-based education materials. And currently, he serves as the head of the Institute for Cooperation and International Affairs at Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidendreng Rapang and a lecturer at Universitas Negeri Makassar. He has held various academic leadership positions, including roles as a senior lecturer and researcher supervisor. And then throughout his academic career, Dr. Asrifan has made significant contribution to the curriculum development, language pedagogy, and assessment in language teaching. His research interests include integration of technology, particularly AI, into curriculum and assessment practice within higher education. And educationally, he is an accredited assessor for national education standard in Indonesia and has earned numerous certifications in teaching excellence and leadership. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, next, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD, MPD, to share his presentation with us. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much to the moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much for this wonderful invitation for this first Intermix program Pascasarjana Universitas Negeri Makassar 2024. In this occasion, I would like to share based on some experience that I found in my life, and also based on the sharing in the abroad in some conferences that I follow a couple months ago. That's about the predatory journal step to anticipate and prepare for the publication in reputable journal. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, until now, a service more than 33 reputable journal around the world, not only in Indonesia but also in abroad. Let me start with what is the predatory publishing itself. So, if we highlighting that the predatory publisher prioritize the profit over academic integrity. So this publisher, chart excessive fee for the publication while offering little or no peer review and also proper citation or legitimate editorial oversight. And the predatory journal often misrepresent themselves as an open access to lure author, exploiting the needs for academic researchers to publish their work. And that's unlike reputable journal. They lack transparency and may make a false claim about the impact factor indexing or some fact editorial board member. And these journal prey on academic by promising quick publication without ensuring the quality or ethical standard of the publication itself. As the result, ladies and gentlemen, so the work published in such venue often hold little academic value and may not properly achieve or recognize. So the researchers must be conscient yourself, I think, and may not properly achieve or recognize. And the student or the researchers or academician should be aware to choose where to submit their work, and they should verify the legitimacy of the journal by checking editorial practices, peer review process, and reputability of the publisher itself. Here, the illustration how the predatory journal always seeking for the researchers and also for the students exactly in the graduate or postgraduate or doctoral program to invite them to publish in their publisher. That's like a shark, I think. And how can I determine if a journal is considered predatory? I think there are a number of ways to evaluate the journal as predatory or legitimate. Be wary of the publisher without verifiable contact information, short time from the submission to the publication. Yeah, maybe just 1 or 2 days after submission. Usually within a days, and also fake editorial board, cold roof, submission, like in the spam, like email. I think you will got there are many spam. I think in your email as the invitation to submit your manuscript. The journal with prominent display of author V and missing or dubious statement of the peer review process. Ladies and gentlemen, so what is the predatory journal itself? So to define the predatory journal as an unethical and exploitative publication venue that prioritize profit over academic rigor. So these journal take advantage of the publish or perish pressure in academia, often charging author significant fee without providing legitimate editor or peer review services. And the predatory journal falsely promise the quick publication, high impact factor, and indexing in reputable databases, but they rarely follow the through. The quality of the work they publish is often poor because these journals are more interested in collecting V than maintaining academic standard. As a result, ladies and gentlemen, so the work published in the predatory journal lacks credibility. So the predatory journal also engage in misleading practices such as claiming false of affiliation or copying the name of the legitimate journal. So we have to carefully to evaluate the journal's reputation the process of peer review and the editorial practices before submitted our manuscript, our to avoid the falling victim of this scam. To describe how the predatory publishing scheme operate by exploiting open access model, so where the author pay fee to make their work freely available, and the predatory publisher present themselves as legitimate and charging high APC or article processing charge while offering little or no genuine peer review or editor board oversight. So this journal lure unsuspecting researchers with the promises quick publication. No, I think there is open published work without proper evaluation, and also compromising the quality and the integrity of the research. So the predatory publisher, ladies and gentlemen, may also claim to be indexed in reputable databases or high impact factor, and actually they are false. They are false. And despite the appearance of legitimate open access publishing, these journals actually are primarily motivated by profit. This is, ladies and gentlemen, how to help or to identify the journal are in the predatory publisher. So there are two components here that I show to you before submitting your manuscript to the journal. The first one is what to look for and what to check. Some element in what to look for are contact information. So what to check here, does the journal website provide a complete contact information? Does it include the verifiable address and the scope of the journal? That says the journal scope multidisciplinary, or does it combine the multiple or unrelated wide range field? Look the editor box. So in editor box, check does it include recognized or affiliated experts? So here the tip that contact a view and inquiry about their experience with the journal. And I check the author fee. So that's does the journal charge author publication? So the tip here, find out about the such chart before submission. The next one is the quality of the article. So does the journal publish a good quality research? So kindly check or discuss with your department head or supervisor to gauge the quality. And a peer review process. So it's the peer review process described on the journal website. So here the tips for you all. Most credible journal are likely to display it. And then check for the indexing information. So is the journal index or a member of prominent publisher association? Like in Indonesia, I think we have some journal association. So kindly check in the link given or provided in the website. And does it display in the index Copernicus value? Next one is restriction policy. Does the journal have a clear policy for recording articles? So here the tips, check the journal policy or its instruction to the authors, and the pitch for the author. Does the journal guarantee publication or quick peer review? So the tips here, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably isn't. The last, check the email invitation. Does the journal, its editor, and the staff all have institutional or journal affiliated email address? Ladies and gentlemen, this is just to help you to analyze some predatory journal or some clone journal. So here the trend one to be discussed in academia or the researchers around the world, the clone journal. Here the example that I take from the University Grant Commission of India. You may access this one by scan the barcode. There are some table, I think, the provide the legitimate journal and also the clone journal. Here the second list group of the journal, the clone journal, provided from the Indian. And here that I give you some example. That's the real example, I think. In TESOL journal, I'm as one of the peer review in this journal, the Q2, I think in the Scopus, in the electronic journal of English as a second language, teaching English as second language, second or a foreign language. This is original or legitimate or the fact journal. I think if we see the website below here, that's sub.org, and then here that I make sure the invitation that I got last year in November 28th, in this from the Thomas Rob. But if we seek in the Stimago GR journal and ranking, the only one journal, if we check in TESOL AJ from the United States, so the website they provided in Stimago will provide this link. So the question is, is this the fake or the legitimate journal, ladies and gentlemen? So I don't know. So I think you can analyze this. This is the fake or the legitimate journal. If you see the website here, TESOL.ag / WordPress, and then this invitation from the board of this journal. I think this is the clone journal. I mean, maybe. Let's gentlemen. So the question, the next is, what is the fake or the clone or the predatory journal? The clone journal is the phenomenon is also commonly known as the hijack journal or the clone journal. Clone journal web page are counterfeit the mirror of the authentic journal that exploit the title of ISSN of legitimate journal. And the fake or the predatory journal are also fraudulent, deceptive, or predatory journal are the publication that claim to be legitimate scholarly journal but misrepresent their publishing practices. So here the different, for example, com and the con. For example, ISSN.com and ISSN.com. So let me see the next slide. Based on my expertise, I ever submit my manuscript from the invitation camp in my spam email to the linguistic research from the Kyung-hee University Republic of Korea. This is the Q2 in Chimago for the linguistic research. And after that, I submit on the OGS. Then I got the acknowledgement email, the confirmation of manuscript submission. And then in the next 2 days after submitting my manuscript, so I got, dear the authors, congratulations. Your research paper has successfully accepted in our journal. And then after that, the instruction here, I have to pay $250 by PayPal. And then when I analyze the domain of the email here, if you see in the right side here, isli.editor.kihu.ac.kr@saskokin.com. So I think this is this is the fake journal. This is the clone journal. I think this is the clone journal. There are many researchers from Indonesia are I think published in this through this spam journal. And then the attachment of this email here, like this acceptance letter, and then this is the comment about the law, the paper, and also the recommendation for our manuscript. So that's like a legitimate journal. And unfortunately, I transferred, but fortunately, I claimed to the PayPal to take my money back. Alhamdulillah, after 1 month, a claim and then a screenshot for some the communication with the editor. So I got my money back, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is some useful tool for identify the predatory journal. I think this come from the app .leave.uligi.b and then also the bill list. This platform, I think that's really help us to identify that's the journal predatory or not. I just make it short because the time, ladies and gentlemen, before submitting your manuscript to the journal, I think this platform from the researchacademy.elsafir.com, this is the free platform to join the course and also the free certificate. Ini ada beberapa JP di sini. That's really helpful for the lecturer, for the professor or academician, and also student. There are some courses starting how we prepare our research. There are some element of the course here, and then writing for research, publication process, navigating our peer review until how to communicate our research after the publication. And the same platform provided by the Web of Science Academy .clarivate.com. Yeah, you may scan this barcode, and then I think this platform also provide some courses, also the same the Elsevier. And the last one, I think this is the general draft to provide to prepare our manuscript before submitting our article to the journal. I think there's IMPRAT, abstract, introduction, method, result, discussion. I think this easy to be found in the Google, I think, or in some references. What is the component of instruction? What is the component of method? Component of discussion until the component of the abstract itself, this infrastructure of the scientific article. And the last slide here, some useful research link and to support your references and your article to got some free book. I think this link are really interesting and useful to download it or handread of book based on your expertise. Also plagiarism detection, article editing, English correction, some research article. I think this free access, some conferences and other platform. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation from the Dr. Andias Rifan. So he was talking about predatory journals and steps to anticipate the paper for publication in reputable journal. So just now you have also provide us with some characteristics of predatory journals, like just like lack of peer reviews, excessive fees, or misleading information, etc. And then also the information about some steps to avoid the predatory journals also has been discussed, just like verify the journal's credentials, and then also we need to examine the editorial board, and then also access the peer review process, check for proper indexing, etc. And then also the presenter has this provide us with some tools to identify the predatory journals, and then also some useful research link for our research or article. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the question and answer sessions. And then let me check the chat box. For you, who have the question, you can raise your hand. Uh, well, so Mega Shafitri, yes, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Is it my voice is audible?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much for your material. It's a very amazing materials, I think. So we can differentiate the fake journal and the real journal. So my question is, approximately how long the time for us to review our journal, how to educate people who doesn't know is it that's the journal that they post is not credible or fake journal. Maybe that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the time to take to review the journal article before publishing can vary widely depending on the several factors. So on average, the peer review process typically take between 4 to 12 weeks. And sometimes also 2 years. I got the experience 2 years, 2 years, and unfortunately rejected after some process reviewing. So the initial review where the editor screen submission to one may take 1 to 2 weeks. Following that, the peer review usually take around 2 to 8 weeks to evaluate the manuscript, and then after receiving the feedback in the journal, the author may need additional time to revise, follow the second round of the review, which can add 2 to 4 weeks. And also, however, delay can occur attending the process of several months or more. That's I think that's a long time to process to submit after reviewing. If we submit in the OGS, I think we have to wait 1 to 2 weeks for the editorial decision. For the first phase, I think to check our the manuscript and to check the plagiarism. After that, to check the topic or the title is suitable for the topic of the field of the journal. After that, the editor will point the peer review or send to the reviewer, and then it needs 4 to to 8 weeks for the reviewer to check or to evaluate or to review our manuscript. After that, we'll submit and then we'll give the recommendation that's major revision or minor revision or rejected. So if the major revision, so we have to follow the reviewer instruction to revise. That's need maybe 2 or 4 weeks the time, and after that we will send it back to the OGS. That's the it's neat. I think for 2 months or until 8 months. I think that's normal. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer. So I think that would be the end of this session. Thank you very much for Dr. Andi Asrifanes, PD for your very insightful and engaging presentation. And we truly appreciate your valuable contribution to this session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all our invited speakers for their outstanding presentation and to our audience for your thoughtful participation and insightful questions. And then we trust that this session has provided valuable knowledge and inspired further research and collaboration across discipline. And we encourage everyone to stay with us for the upcoming session as we continue to explore the theme of innovation and excellence. And once again, thank you very much for your participation. And before we move to the next session, the panel session, I would like to invite Dr. Areski Wahid to take the screen photos for today's session.
Okay, thank you for Ma'am Vivit. Well, there will 11 slides, so hopefully everyone can on the camera or open your camera so I can have a good picture for everyone. Okay, coba silahkan di-on-kan kameranya. Ada 11 slide di sini. I confirm satu slide pertama dulu ya. Dengan cheese atau smile. 3, 2, 1. Oke, thank you. Slide kedua. 3, 2, 1. Oke, thank you. Slide ketiga. 3, 2, 1. Oke, thank you. Slide keempat. Silahkan dibuka kameranya semua. Di-on-kan kameranya. Oke, slide keempat. 3. Wait. 3, 2, 1. Oke, thank you. Slide kelima. 3, 2, 1. Oke, slide ke-6. 3, 2, 1. Slide ke-7. 3, 2, 1. Slide ke-8. 3, 2, 1. Slide ke-9. Oke, slide ke-10. And the last one. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you for everyone. I give back to moderator. Thank you.
Izin Pak untuk semua moderator sudah untuk masuk ke dalam board masing-masing. Kemudian diinstruksikan nanti, dan juga Pak Haidar boleh nanti langsung dibagi 5 saja ya Pak ya, langsung dibagi 5 rata peserta untuk masuk ke board yang telah ditentukan. Kepada moderator, saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to the next session, that is the panel session. Yes, so everyone will be distributed or divided into 5 rooms, and
Bapak dan Ibu semua peserta, perlu kami sampaikan bahwa ini kami akan mengantarkan Bapak dan Ibu semua ke masing-masing ruangan board yang nanti akan diisi oleh paper presenter. Setelah nanti itu Bapak nanti Ibu akan diarahkan ke main room kembali untuk mengikuti sesi terakhir dari invited speaker, yakni dari Thailand, dari Kroasia, dari Bangladesh, Dan dari apa ya nanti ada 4 negara ya, masih ada 4 negara ya. Thank you so much.
Sesuai dengan
Pak Dehidar, boleh langsung dibagi rata saja deh ke 5, otomatis langsung ditarik saja,
Baik,
langsung ditarik saja,
baik.
dibagi 5. Di bor 1, 2, 3, 4, dan 5.
Pak Alex kan Pak.
Iya. Untuk room 1, room 1 akan diisi oleh Pak Muhlisin, silahkan ke room masing-masing. Room 2, Ibu Nur Faida Tasni, room 3, Siti Wijidana. Room 4, Dr. Kiki Areski Wahid. Kemudian di room 5 ada Dr. Fatfullah Waji, MPD.
Excuse me, all the participants are divided automatically.
Sepertinya kita
Yes,
di
I think
masing-masing.
you will be divided automatically by the admin.
Ya, sudah bergeser, silakan dilanjut. Ya, ya sudah.
Good afternoon, my dear Professor Nada. Are you in room? Kind white, we will start in the 15 minutes after the breakout room finish. Professor Nada, are you there?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hi.
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here. Here's the one.
Yes, I think this early morning in Croatia, right?
Yes, yes. It is. It will be
That's
now
great.
7. It will be now 7 at morning for 15
Wow,
minutes.
almost 7, I think. Yeah, 10 minutes to
Yes,
7.
yes.
Yeah. So, thank you so much for accepting this invitation. That's really honor to have you, my dear professor, for
Thank you.
several time.
I want to put a background, so I'm trying to find it.
Thank you so much. Kindly wait for the moderator
Yes,
complete
yes,
the
okay,
breakout.
yes.
Thank you so much.
Masuk Kak di grupnya sana. Kayaknya aku yang salah masuk. Iya Kak. Saya tidak salah masuk ya.
Good afternoon, Professor Akhtem from Thailand. Thank you so much for uh, your coming, sharing your expertise in this conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, we come to the next session. Wait. Just make sure that Prof. Nada Ratkovic, are you here, Prof?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Yeah. Nice to see you,
Very good
Prof.
morning.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, estimate participants, and honor guests. Good afternoon, everyone, especially for Prof. Nada. And then it's my great pleasure to welcome you to International Conference on Multidisciplinary Innovation and Excellence Intermix 2024. Well, my name is Dr. Ariski Wahid, SPD MPD, and I am honored to serve as a moderator for this important session for distinguished invited speakers. And then on behalf of the organizing committee, I want to express my deep appreciation for the participant in this prestigious event, where we come together to explore with under the title of Transformative Research and Innovative Across Disciplines. Well, it's now my privilege to introduce our highly respected invited speaker, and it's gonna be two invited speaker for this afternoon. The first speaker is going to Prof. Nada Ratkovic, and then the second associate professor, Dr. Kaha Atikur Rahman. And then before we come to the presentation from Prof. Nada, let me share a little bit the track record from Prof. Nada Ratkovic from Croatia. The first is Assistant Professor on Faculty of Economic Business and Tourism, Split University, Split, Croatia. And he is also the professor of at High School SSBJJ in Croatia. And then International Internship University IAU. And then also the president of IIU Research Center. And then now I give to Prof. Nada Ratkovic, Croatia, to present the presentation. Time is yours, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good morning again from Croatia. Today, just a moment. Hope. I want to first thanks to Dr. Andy for the invitation. Really honored and blessed to be here again, and to the international this conference.
Visible, Professor.
Is it visible? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I see that I'm a host. Just let me move this. Okay.
Yes, it's great.
Okay.
Did you try to move to the next slide?
No. Just trying to make this for me good. Okay. So today, my topic on this conference on the theme Transformative Research and Innovation Across Disciplines is the trends and skills for the future of research. Professor Nada is coming from Croatia, working at the Faculty of Economics, Business, Tourism, also working as a professor in a higher education school. This conference has a very important and crucial topic about the innovation and about research, and really I'm honored to be here. First, I want to start today that we know that everything needs to be sustainable, and each topic, even we talk about education for all, and all SDGs, 17 SDGs need to be connected, with correlated each with other, because we cannot talk about strong institutions and not mention no poverty or any another. And we want to say that all these SDGs are divided in three parts: in economy, society, and environment, and we need to take care about each of one. Don't tell people your plans, show them your results. Today, nothing from talking. We really need to show our results. So what we are doing, how we are acting, and what we are contributing to our society. So I think that we, like educators, have a crucial role, very, very important role for the growth of this society when we are talking about innovation, research. So not only education, entrepreneurship, each one field. And special today when we know that we are living so fast in this rapidly changing society with the influence of artificial intelligence and emerging technology. So how to be creative, how to think out of the box. That there are things that we want to say and act on that way for our students, and they really need to be very creative today. So more we give into our education, more we give, I'm sure that we can help and share our knowledge to our students. So what we are talking about, which disciplines? So when we are talking about this transformative research innovation disciplines, we are talking about the research and innovative things and giving our efforts. So this is really an interdisciplinary approach. So talking about this collaboration, and we need to start from this definition. Definition is that we are involving the knowledge, research, different types of methodologies, different techniques, different digital tools, and of course, coming to the new paradigms. So here is one example, a collaboration between, like example, biologists and computer science. How to help to the medicine, how to help to biomedicine if we don't have our amazing computer science who are researching in this topic, and especially when talking about the medicine. And we know that the medicine for us, if we don't have our health, is our wealth. Transformative research. What is transformative research? It's I write here that it leads to a significant groundbreaking changes to understand application in the field. So we have the goal, we have the challenges, uh, which are today the innovation solution. So design thinking. Design thinking is one of these innovative solutions, especially how today we can act. Then we have the innovation across the disciplines. So new technologies, new solutions. I showed this sustainable 17 sustainable uh, SDG goals. So we are planning with this, we are starting with this, and we are designing different things. We have a lot of benefits from the innovation. And how are we getting these benefits? So we have flexibility. We are bringing each other different things, different perspectives. Then we have this problem solving. Always we have a problem. Like I say, we are every day with new ideas and trying to bring new innovations and again with that new solution. So Professor Nada just get up from her bed. So this morning I was thinking how to start, and really I'm sure that even I'm talking now, I get another idea. So we have these challenges. So first is communication barriers, but we are lucky. We are lucky. Even we are not even English is not our native language. We can communicate. We can share. We can collaborate using English language. So with different disciplines, different technologies, different frameworks. Then we have this, we have the research allocation. So it is really difficult to find and make some projects. After that, when we talk about innovation, we really need to mention the philosophy of innovation. So what it means? It means that we need to do much better at turning our research into new and better services. This is what European Commission said 2017. Europe really is working on that. Europe is working on green, digital Europe. So that are the aims. So if we want to be competitive on the market, we need to improve the quality of life in Europe. So this is idea coming from the innovation. So I say every day we are we are solving the problem. So first, if we want to solve the problem, we need to understand that, then bring different solutions. So with this design thinking, and we have different prototypes. So this is really great. We can try, we can put in testing, we can test our prototypes, and if something is not good, we can refine that. So at the end is going the implementation. So each one innovation needs to be implemented. Researchers like all were very we have all problems in the time of COVID, but I can say even we have a lot of problems. COVID make us very strong, especially when we are talking about that technology. So today, I can say that we are very multidisciplinary because not only people who are in the computer science or in the ICT, we all need to be experts in technology because we cannot do nothing without it. And when we're talking about the research, we have new trends. We brush new skills for the new era. Brushing new skills for the new era is important for us. When we talk about research, we publish. The publishing is moving faster. We have new knowledge. There are new opportunities, especially for the women. We are talking about the gender equality, women in science. Women are very active in the STEM field. So today, I can say after this COVID, women really grow a lot in this field. Researchers are collaborating more and embracing the AI. Despite this, researchers always believe that we have this long-term opportunities. So that is also like our goal. Our goals. We have long-term goals. We have long-term goals, and that is something what is pushing us, helping our students to grow in their career. So we are not only professors during their studying. We are always their professor helping them today after study to if they want to go in the field of science, we are helping them to move forward. So that is the meaning of digital. That is meaning of our we have our Bloom's technology, which is correlated with the summer model, and this pedagogy where each one digital tool is helping us different. So when we say analyzing, understanding, remembering, we at the same moment can find a digital tool which will help us and help us to bring to our students the outcomes, and that is our aim, and that is the modern approach of digitalization. What I do. So let us always do and let us collaborate on this way. The question is always, and this coming, what is our future? So also what I learned today, what I didn't know yesterday. And if we continue thinking On this way, we will have more patents, we will have more innovations, we will have more educated youth, and we will have society which will grow in the economic and social way. Trend research is helping us to understand this, to bring the changes. So more we are researching, more we are bringing and writing articles, writing books, doing this, we are giving our contribution to the society. So acting quickly. So I write here, urgency is how quickly you need to respond and adapt your skills and competencies. When I talk about my wealth, I always say that my skills, my competences, and my knowledge is my capital. So I don't talk about the money. If I have that, I can have money always. So this is the thinking. This is the thinking and growing. If when you grow, you also are having, I can say, growing and moving for the better life. And we are thankful to this modern emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning. So we need to know this. When curiosity turns to serious matters, it is called research. So we are planning projects, and when we are planning that, we have this intellectual exercises. So today, in this morning, I didn't make my exercises when we talk about my physical, but I'm already making exercises on this way. So let us move and let us do on this way. And we have this research on your model. So for every one of us, if we have this, if we want to talk about and start research, even it is inductive or deductive, then we have these different methods, experiments, surveys. So what we are choosing, what we are doing, qualitative research, quantitative research, what is our strategy, in which time, our time horizon. So this research on your model is something which is giving us instructions, and it can also be a reminder of things what we need to do. So we cannot forget this. We cannot forget this. So choosing techniques, our time horizons, we have always choices, and it depends about us. It depends about us, about our interests. So we are always curious, and I can say that also for us, our intuition is helping us a lot. So trying to find the data, which we know that getting data just in time, in the real time, is always a problem for us. So this thing is always a big challenge for us. So making trends, controlling trends, going by the trends and the skills, we are here. So let's take things, let's do this, let's think on this way, let's understand how to move, how to follow the trends, how to interact, and how to make the things complex. So what we did really find, we find that the future of the work is brighter than you might think. Always positive wisdom, always positive wisdom. So if we don't have a work in Indonesia, we can move to another country. So it is today free. We have free moving, and then what's the best way to prepare for the future? You need to think, what are your aims? Where are you seeing yourself in the future? Are you seeing yourself like educator, professor, researcher? Maybe you see yourself working in some institute in laboratory, or making the focuses. So it depends about you, where you seeing you in the future. So Professor Nada is inviting you to explore the future of skills, more you invest in yourself, be sure we are talking always about ROI, returns on investment, and that is also more you invest in yourself, you have a higher value, and be sure that you are then recognized, and when you are recognized you have a lot of opportunities. So never, never, ever get the things that never say I cannot do that. All your wishes can be achievable if you are working on that, and that is something that is the way how we need all to encourage ourselves. So I'm really thankful to my dear great friend Dr. Andy and all amazing educators here from Indonesia for inviting me, for giving me opportunity to share my knowledge, also to share my positive wisdom, because Professor Nada always have a smile, and I always want you all to have a smile. I think that my time is over. I can talk till tomorrow, but I will stop here. So, once again, thank you.
Okay, but well, thank you for Prof. Nada. Let me take conclusion of this presentation. It's about the future of research is increasingly shaped by interdisciplinary collaboration and focus on social impact. And then trends such as big data, artificial intelligence, and personalized medicine are transforming research methodologies. And then I have underlined the quotes from you, Prof. Don't tell people your plans, but show them. That's really good motivation for us in the
Yes.
first slide of your presentation, I think. Now it's time to have questions. Is there any questions? Please raise your hand, or you may chat in the box to have a question for Prof. Nada. Yeah. Well, while we are waiting for the questions, also I want to say thank you for
Thank you.
Prof. Nada. Thank you for the insightful and engaging presentation. We truly appreciate your valuable contribution to this conference. Okay, I give to the who raised the hand? Your hand, please. Okay. Let me have a question for you, Prof. It's talking about trends and skill for the future of the research. So, is there any insightful or suggestion, especially for us as a lecturer in education, especially for English department? Is there any suggestion on how follow the trends and the skill for the future of the research in this case, especially for education itself?
So we know today that we have so many new digital tools which are supported with AI. So I'm not really supporting that we can that we will need we will use a lot of that, because if we use solutions which are already, I can say, already make, if we make that or copy that, then our creativity will not be good. But when we have a lot of, like example, ideas or something, so if we want to sort that, or if we want to try to get on the fast way some answers, then I can say that AI is really helping us in the research. It is giving us more faster solution. Now, like example, now in Europe, we have a law about AI. Also in this year, in this academic year, in this school year, 2024-2025, we are starting with bringing AI into the curricula. So let us see the borders. Let us see. It is in the experimental. It is the experimental now. We have a big project called Brain. So let us see how much we will and we can use AI for our research, for the education, because we have today really amazing tools, even ChatGPT. So we have Magic School, we have Prince, and chat bots, virtual assistants which are helping us also, supporting us with the personalized learning and many things. So lot of new digital tools. So, but I'm still for that way. Yes, let us use technology. Let us make infographics, like example. I adore infographics. So if we can put our research, we can put our main idea into one infographic. And also, like example, before we are starting, if we want to make by our own side brainstorming or scamp model or something like that, that is great for us. So for English, I'm sure that for English and for all, we have this digital tools which are supported with AI.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Prof. It's really great explanation in how this what it is strength and skill for the artificial intelligence can make it faster in the kind of
Yes, but
research
let us
itself.
be in borders. So that is important.
Yeah. All right then. Okay, thank you. At the
Thank you.
end, I will, on behalf of the organizing committee, I am Areski Wahid, would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all our invited speaker, special for Prof. Nada, on the outstanding presentation. Once again, thank you for the participant. And then we come to next keynote speaker. From who is that? KH Atikur Rahman, Ph.D. MPhil MA. Okay. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation and explanation.
Thank you, Professor Nada. Thank you so much for accepting and insightful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Without you, I will not be here. Thank you. And greetings from Croatia.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. I am Dr. Atikur Rahman. I am from Bangladesh. Thank you everyone for giving me a floor. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, perfect, my dear professor. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Today I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, thank you, sir. Let me introduce firstly. Thank you very much for your time here. Thank you, for Associate Professor Dr. KH Atikur Rahman, MSMR Maritime University from Bangladesh, and then before try to present his presentation, let me explain a little bit about his track record. First, is Associate Professor, Department of English, Bangga Bandhu Sei Mujib Maritime University, and then also previously taught at Dhaka University, is West University and UAP, and then also he joined as a Secretary Delta Bangladesh English Language Teachers Association. So it's a really great track record or history from Dr. What should I call you, sir? Dr. Atik, can I? Is it?
Sabi ka usasan deh.
Is it clear my voice, Prof? Prof Atik? Maybe the signal. Hello, Dr. Atik. Can you hear my voice, please?
I'm very sorry. I did not get it. I think there is a glitch in the internet, maybe from my side.
Get it, sir.
Should I start? Is it? I mean, I didn't get.
Yeah. You may start, sir.
Okay.
Okay, while we are waiting
Can I share my
for
screen now?
Dr. I beg your pardon?
Can I share my screen?
It's still processing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear, visible right now.
Well, I am K.H. Atikur Rahman. I'm an associate professor, Department of English at BSMR Maritime University. I'm sure you are familiar with the term maritime. It's not very common university. There are only 12 universities in the world whose focus is on maritime affairs. My university focuses on maritime affairs. So just to give a very brief introduction to my university, this is the only university in Bangladesh which deals with maritime affairs, and one of the 12 maritime universities in the world. We offer courses like BSc and MSc in oceanography, maritime law, then maritime business, marine fisheries, like this. Maritime strategic development, like this sort of courses. We do not have a bachelor or master's program in English. We actually offer service courses. We offer English courses, fundamental or business English courses to the major courses that are run in the major program run in the university. Very recently, I conducted a study on xenoglossophobia. And I wanted to investigate and explore the factors that are associated with xenoglossophobia among the students of my university and the 6 affiliated institutes of my university. Xenoglossophobia is actually anxiety, FLA. It is more, the more common term is FLA, foreign language anxiety or stress. As we can understand, as a second or foreign language learner, usually learners of second language or foreign language have kind of feeling of unease, worry, nervousness, and apprehension experienced in learning or using a second language, and that is termed as xenoglossophobia. Here are my research objectives. So I wanted to explore the level of xenoglossophobia influencing spoken English performance of learners at BSMRMU. BSMRMU is my university, and it's affiliated institute. There are 6 other affiliated maritime institutes which we offer certificates to them. So I wanted to explore the level of xenoglossophobia influencing spoken English performance of learners at BSMRMU and its affiliated institutes. And second one is to discover the dynamics and factors that impels this level of anxiety. And finally, try to explore the ways to manage and overcome these challenges. Here are the research tools and samples. So there are 6 research sites. One is my university, and as I have said, the other the affiliated marine academies. We have 5 marine academies affiliated to our university. These are scattered in different districts of Bangladesh. So there are 5 marine academies. So I reached out to more than 500 respondents, and finally, I used research tools like student questionnaire and focus group interviews with students. In case of using student questionnaire, I used FLCAC. This is a survey. It is a survey questionnaire based on xenoglossophobia, which is developed by
Hello. Oh, it's out.
Terlempar, Ma'am.
Okay, let's waiting for Dr. Atik.
is disconnected, I guess. Well, we had 500 respondents for questionnaire, and we interviewed 80 students in 8 focus group interviews, and initially we had a document analysis also.
Terlempar lagi, Ma'am.
Ya, sorry. Ya. Ya, masuk lagi. Ada. The signal is not really good. Doctor?
Here are the data analysis, the ways we conducted the data analysis. We conducted intensive analysis of relevant document firstly, then as usual, we conducted qualitative analysis using our constant comparative method. And in case of finding quantitative analysis, I have done frequency count, percentage descriptive analysis, statistics and variance. And finally, data and methodological triangulation was done. And here are the findings. In case of, let me talk about the first, about the questionnaire that we delivered to respondent. As I have said, this is a FLS scale that is developed by Horwich, 1986. This is a scale which is commonly used by people who, or by the researcher who does research on xenoglossophobia or foreign language anxiety. There are 4 segments here, and there are 33 statements. 5-point Likert scale was used, from 1 to 5, strongly disagree to strongly agree. And there are the 4 segments, as you can see: communication apprehension, fear of negative evaluation, test anxiety, and anxiety of English classes. Here are this is an example of the questionnaire. As you can see, I have not had the entire 33 question statements here, but just to make you understand how the questionnaire look like, or where I'm showing this one. Now, as I have analyzed the question, I have included only 15 statements here, which the overall impression from the questionnaire is that 75% of our learners suffer from FLA, foreign language anxiety, to some extent, to a great extent. In case of, in fact, in our case, this anxiety level is quite high in Bangladesh. As you may know, this is a monolingual country, absolutely a monolingual country, where 100% people speak in Bangla language. So we are more, we do not have much exposure. In fact, I should say very, very limited exposure to English language, only limited to English classrooms, I should say. So it is very obvious that a huge, large percentage of our students suffer from foreign language anxiety. And as you can see here, you see 46%, more than 46% of our learners suffer from high anxiety, whereas 29% suffer from moderately high anxiety. So in case of very low anxiety, there is only 8% students who are good performer in English language. If I talk about the quantitative analysis, here I just picked out the percentage, and some of the I only, out of the 33 statements, I only picked up 15 statements. There are some positive and negative or not so positive things that came out from the survey. One of the positive things is the number 8, as I have marked it yellow color. I do not worry about making mistake in English classroom, which is a positive thing for us. Only 42% think that they are anxious. So 58, the large percentage of our learners think that they are not worried about the mistake, which is a good side for the teacher, for us. And if I move to the next one, it won't bother me to take more English classes. Again, a positive thing for us, that although they are not, they suffer from foreign language anxiety, they are not bothered to take more English classes, and they often feel like going to English classes. So what is not so positive is that I never feel quite sure when speaking in English. 51%. I mean, more than half of the students feel that they are not quite sure, and a very large majority they start to panic while they start speaking without any preparation. When they do not have any preparation beforehand, if they have to speak something in a minute, say, without having any preparation, they feel that they will get. In fact, some of them said that they tremble when they are going to be called on. While doing these are the common thing that I have found that in case of survey questionnaire. So communication apprehension is quite high, of course. Fear of negative evaluation is another thing. In the classroom, as I have said, we do not, our students or even us, we do not have much scope to speak English outside the classroom, because it is absolutely monolingual country. But in the classroom, even students not feel comfortable or are fear of having negative evaluation. It may be from the teacher's end or it may be from the classmates' ends, and this fear is quite high in case of our learners. Another major thing, as you can see, text anxiety. Text anxiety, which is one point which is very high in case of our learners, is they worry about the consequences of failing language class. So if they fail, they will get the failing grade. So it will, it will, or if they have a poor grade in English courses, it will overall impact on their CGPA. So they're worried about the consequences of failing English language. And another thing which is very common throughout the world, not in our country, is I'm afraid that teacher is ready to correct every mistake. It is very typical with teachers in our country, and in fact, many part of the world is that teacher try to correct every mistake, or they try to correct mistake while students are speaking or they are speaking in the classroom. So this sort of anxiety is there for them. If I move on to findings from interview, so we have got some positive things, positive for us, which is encouraging for as a teacher. Is, say, for example, one of the students said, "I do not like English, but I know I have to learn it because I need it when I graduate. I'll find a job easily and maybe I'll earn money." In our country, yes, of course, those who are very much eloquent in English, good performer of English, get preference in corporate jobs, and corporate jobs are high-paying jobs. So the learners are very much aware that although they do not like English, but they feel that they have to learn it, which is a positive thing, and it works as an intrinsic motivation for them, and helps the teacher to keep them motivated in the classroom. There is a high level of anxiety, evidence of high level of anxiety in the classroom among the learners. As the question came, for example, I quoted 2 here. Whenever I want to speak in the lesson, my heart starts to beat very fast and I feel as if I'm going to faint. I can't finish sentences most of the time and I sit down. So here is an evidence of high-level anxiety among in our English learners in my university and the affiliated Maritime Institute in Bangladesh. The second quote, as I can say, while speaking, I got anxious and make a lot of mistakes. As I make mistakes, I lose my enthusiasm and do not want to speak again. So, they are always afraid of making mistakes. And when they make mistakes, they refrain themselves from, proceeding further in English. They feel panic, they lose self-confidence, they feel blashed. And one of them said that he feels like a comic figure when he cannot speak or when he speaks English, which in a bad way, in incorrect English. And as you can see, the next quote is important, which diminishes their confidence and let them down, is, as you can see, I lose my confidence. I start to think that is a fact that you cannot speak. And when he loses confidence, he says that when he loses confidence, in his mind, he starts to think that if someone is saying from his inner side, it is a fact that you cannot speak correctly, so you should give up and you should not carry on. So this sort of high level of anxiety is there. Now, why are they so highly anxious about making mistakes in English classrooms or while they speak English? Here are some of the quotes. One of them said that it's very difficult to express yourself in this language. We are trying to learn it, which is not our mother language. For this reason, I get anxious, and it is quite natural. Some other students said, I do not know how to say what I think. So he started feeling anxious. And some others said that they are not equipped with necessary structure and word knowledge. So they have problem with grammatical structures, and they cannot, they do not get the word they need while they're speaking. So vocabulary problem is another thing. And another point is speaking in front of students and teachers. So they feel that if they make mistake in the class, their teachers may laugh at them. So, and another point they said is that they do not have enough practice of speaking. As you may know or may not know, in case of our school and colleges, till 12th class, that is before entering to the university, they do not have any speaking test. So it is in our country, it is it is absolutely writing and reading test. No, there is no speaking or reading test. So they do not have enough scope of speaking English in their school or in their colleges. So they get the scope only while they reach to university. So this is why while they start speaking in the classroom, while they come join university, they feel that a kind of high anxiety was in them. Now, when this high anxiety works, you said that when I forgot or cannot remember appropriate words, and when I cannot pronounce correctly, I feel highly anxious. So he is he is not only worried about making mistakes. He is also worried about using appropriate words. And very interestingly, they're also worried about making correct pronunciation. So these sort of factors make them anxious while they start speaking. Another thing is when they are not prepared and when they are exposed to immediate questions. So this makes them highly anxious in the classroom while they speak. And sometimes teacher, one of the respondents said that sometimes teacher asks them question immediately, and in that case he gets incredibly anxious, and it is a very bad situation for him. Now, what is positive about them is that they do not think that making mistake is a great problem. Do not want to refrain from speaking in the classroom. They do not mind making mistake because
Okay, we are waiting for Dr. Atik. Maybe the signal is not really good. Okay. Oh yeah. He
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's clear, sir.
I guess I got disconnected. My internet is not stable.
Okay, sorry, Prof. Sorry, Prof. Your voice not clear enough. Maybe because of the signal.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's clear, but the screen hasn't yet.
Well, another respondent said that when they asked when they are not worried about, were not very anxious about while they are speaking English. One of them said that when everyone tries to do something and participate in the lesson, I don't worry. That is when they are in a group work, they do not worry. But when the atmosphere is funny and my friends make jokes, then he starts worrying and they make mistakes. Here is that we need to create an environment in the classroom which is safe for the students, where they can think that no one is going to criticize them, no one is going to make fun of them. Only then they can feel sure that yes, they are unharmed and they can continue. Otherwise,
Hello, Prof. Yeah, the signal still it's not really good. So please, all the participants, if you have a question, you may prepare right now, and then later on you may raise your hand or you may type in the box or meeting chat while we are waiting for Prof. Atik. Well, yeah, because of the signal, we are so sorry. Maybe while we are waiting for Prof. Atik. Ada. Oh,
yeah, there are some teacher factors that that is explored in the strategy. That is, when teacher always says that let us speak together, you can do it. Try to make sentences, don't get afraid. So it is very important that the teacher makes sure that the learner is not alone. He is surrounded by teacher and friends who are cooperative, who are their friends, not going to criticize them. So teacher is a factor here. Still, as teacher, we need to make sure that we give them a floor, we give them space, we give them an assurance that we are learning together. He's not alone in the classroom, and no one is going to scorn or ignore him. So it is very important that teacher, if the teacher gets angry or scorns him, in that case he will make mistakes. So and he will not speak again. So it is very important that we make our face happy. We make them assurance that even if the students make mistakes, it is okay as a learner. So as teachers, we have some functions to roll. Now, as you can see, here are three main causes of foreign language anxiety in our country. One is communication anxiety, second one is text anxiety, and the third one is fear of negative evaluation. So if we can deal with this problem as teachers, if we can make sure that there will be less communication apprehension for the students, there will be less text anxiety, and we will not negatively evaluate students in the classroom. We can make learners feel at home in the classroom, and they can feel encouraged to speak on. So here are some challenges. There are three psychological challenges that they face, the learner face, that they've shared. That these three are performance difficulty. They think that they face performance difficulty in the classroom, and they feel a threat to their image, and finally they feel that. Now, what are the effects of this? If these things happen, the effect is the students will feel less confidence, they will lose self-esteem, the level of participation will go down, and in fact, to a great extent, it would happen that they would forget previously learned material. Even if they learn something, they may not produce in the classroom because of their low confidence or low self-esteem. And in such case, what would happen? They may feel that they will avoid participating in the class. They may not, voluntarily raise their hand to speak in the classroom. So these are the things, and the other point is massive, absence or misinvolvement in the activities. So here are my findings from the study. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'm very sorry for the, for my unstable internet. I got disconnected every time. Thank you very much for giving me floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for nice sharing from Prof. Atik. Even if the signal is not really good, but it's clear enough to know your explanation. Now we come to the question and answer session. If you have any questions, you may raise your hand. Wait. I see who is raised. Okay.
There is a hand raised.
Yeah, I will give the first questioners, Lily Sopianti. Okay, time is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for Dr. Areskia Wahid as a moderator today, who has given to me the chance to ask a question. And actually, first of all, thankful for Dr. Atik, who has explained actually about the xenoglossophobia, because I think it's very useful for people, especially maybe for me, because I think I'm the one that has xenoglossophobia. Yeah. So in the fact, as an English teacher, I must teach the English as the foreign language. But sometimes I have xenoglossophobia. So what do you think? What kind of the foreign language teaching approaches or strategies that can can make it reduce the students' anxiety, certainly for the xenoglossophobia? I need your advice, sir, for my case, because I think I am the one of because I think the one that has xenoglossophobia. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
I
nice
missed your
question.
question. Again, unstable. Again, unstable. I would appreciate if you could write it in the chat box.
Oh yeah.
I'm very sorry.
You may write down for Lily in the meeting chat.
I mean, I got just if I got it right, Miss Lily asked what are the teaching strategies for teachers who themselves suffer from xenoglossophobia? Is it the question?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the
Yes, sir. Actually, right.
yes.
So when the teacher is in foreign language anxiety, it is difficult to make student learn. Well, in that case, of course, obviously, we need to make ourselves well prepared before we move on to the classroom. And one positive thing and one advantage as a teacher is that when we move into the classroom, we are not a stranger in the classroom. And it is not that we are going to the classroom for the first time. We had enough time to prepare. So as a teacher, I know how the lesson will go on, what will come after what. So I can have a very thorough preparation in the class before I move on to the classroom, so that I myself do not get anxious about speaking in the classroom. So I think this is one strategy. The other strategy maybe we can have enough classroom materials so that we can use them as in our country. I'm sure it is also the same with your country. We have the PowerPoint slides in hand. We have the lesson plans and some other handouts in our hand. So it is easy to cope with the situation with these things if we had it prepared in a well manner. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Prof.
Lily,
I think yeah. The signal is not really good. I think okay. Yeah, it's clear enough, Prof. For your answer. I think everyone have xenoglossophobia because of the anxiety and how to speak. Even me as a lecturer, even me. Sometimes I
Yes,
have I have
yes, as a
anxiety. Yeah. Yeah.
yes,
Even me.
as we are non-native speaker, even we teachers are not very fluent. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Maybe for the last one, Prof. Marwa Wahyuni, sorry, because of just ini, sorry, ini Marwa Wahyuni. Is can we have one question more, Prof? The signal is. Can you listen me clearly? Hello, Prof. Are you there, Prof? Yeah.
Okay, Marwa
Marwa Wahyuni, yeah. Okay, yeah. For Marwa Wahyuni, you may.
Okay, thank you very much. So my question is for you, sir. By the way, thank you very much for your very nice presentation. I want to ask about what role do culture and social factors play in the development of xenoglossophobia among students in in this institution, which is BSMR MU and its affiliated institutes? Thank you.
I'm again sorry to say, due to unstable internet, I didn't.
For Marwa, can you repeat
I'm very
once
sorry
again?
today. I had, please accept my sincere apology. Marwa, if you could repeat the question.
Yeah, sure. So my question is, what role do culture and social factors play in the development of xenoglossophobia among students of BSMR MU and its affiliated institutes?
That's a great question. I'm not pretty much sure about what is happening in Indonesia, but in our country, the culture, the common culture and social thing is that students do not feel comfortable speaking before the teachers. So because of this cultural inhibition, students do not feel encouraged to speak voluntarily in the classroom unless and until they are forced to speak. So there is this cultural factor is a great role to play, in a negative way to inhibit them from participating in the classroom or in English conversation. And as I have said, Bangladesh is absolutely a monolingual country where almost 100% people speak in one single language, that is Bangla. So, speaking in English, even in the English classroom, seems like something which is fabricated, artificial thing. So, this is it participate in the classroom, especially in our case. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, thank you very much for Prof. Atikur Rahman, PhD, for the answer. And then from our committee, thank you very much for your time, Prof, for the explanation. It's really nice to have explanation from you about xenoglossophobia. For me, it's a new item, to be honest. New word for me, so it's kind of the anxiety and low capability of the speak in the confidence in the classroom, even if it is whether it is a student or a teacher or the lecturer itself. So once again, thank you very much for your time, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for your time. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah. Okay, for the next one,
Thank
Ma'am
you.
Aini. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Ma'am Aini, are you there? Ma'am Aini, are you there?
Ikut tuh ada.
Yeah, Nur Aini. Ma'am Nur Aini. Bada. There is no your voice, ma'am. Okay, there are gonna be two more, right? Two more the keynote speaker that
Yeah.
will be
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, you are. Is it?
Okay. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Can you
let me
hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, it's clear enough, ma'am. So for the next keynote speaker, there are gonna be two that will be handled by Dr. Nur Aini. Okay, the floor is yours, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You, Dr. Ariski Wahid, thank you for this opportunity. Well, hold on. I'm trying to access the short bio from the presenter. Okay. The next presenter will be Dr. Supa Prawat. Are you in the Zoom meeting, Prof? Okay. Dr. Supa Prawat. Yes. Let me read the short biography from the presenter today. But while I would like to greet all the participants who are joining the session today in this afternoon. Thank you for joining the session. So today my name is Noraini. I would like to uh, be a moderator for this session. Now, Patahanukul. Please correct me if I'm wrong to mention your name, Prof. So he has a lot of experience and also publication, and he's also the invited reviewer in several international since 2022 till now. The first one is about sustainability. It is Q1 from Switzerland, and the second one is about technology and society. It is also Q1 from UK, and it's about the next one is about healthcare. It's Q2 line. So actually, Dr. Supa Prawat, he has a really wonderful um, short biography we can see here. Actually, he's from Thailand, and the research interest is about healthcare, business education, management, and also behavioral analysis. And wait, let me pick. Yeah, let's just okay, and then he's adjunct professor from 2023 to now in Manipal Global University, Negeri 9. And also we have Dr. Supapra. Is a review of sustainable development guidelines for green university in Thailand from 2023 till now, and talk about artificial intelligence adoption, the case of Malaysia. Prof, how are you today? Dr. Supaprawat, am I audible? Okay. All right. Prof, you have 25 minutes to present your you drop in your presentation, and after that there will be 5 minutes session. Okay, Prof, the floor is yours.
Sorry, Prof,
Sorry, Prof, you are not
audible.
audible.
Prof,
Prof,
sorry,
we didn't
listen to
listen to your
voice.
voice. Okay, Dr. Akhtem, are you there? Okay, for the participants, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly wait. Still trying to. So wait here minutes. You there? You're trying to share screen. You have already, I mean, it's already visible, but we didn't listen to, or we didn't hear your voice, please.
sound is very clear.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible now.
Okay. It's clear now, right? Let
Yes,
me
we
start.
can.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. I'm not sure what about the issue. And when we do the research, we have to do what, where, when, why, and how. What is about the theories or the variable you include in the your study, and where when you study you have to mention about the study setting, for example in Thailand, and when you do the data collection, you have to write the data collection period, and why do you study? You have to mention in the introduction why the variable, the theories is very important to study. And when you do the discussion, you have to explain why this study difficult for the further research, and how is about the method you do in your research. When you do the write the abstract will include for both section the objective, the method, the results, and the conclusion. When you write in the method, you have to write for the data collection, especially for the sampling technique, for the method, for example of the questionnaire. And when you write the data analysis, you have to use for the descriptive and inferential statistics. For example, of the descriptive is mean and standard deviation. For example, of inferential statistics is multiple regression or ACM. This is the example. Another example of the topic. The topic is about the investigating intention to use the Google Map for traveling among users. This study employed for the theories of the TAM model. You can see in the framework on the left, comprised of two components of independent variable of purchase, ease of use, and perceived usefulness. And you can use the user satisfaction as the mediator. The outcome is the intention to use the Google Map. This is a conceptual framework of the study or the high theoretical model of the study. When you do the research, please choose only for the licensed version, for example, IBM SPSS or Adenko PLSSEM. This topic is the example of the topic is about the social influence, word of mouth, and previous experience in a tour service. On the effect of affecting for the outcome of purchase intention among Thai tourists. When you do the abstract, as I mentioned, it includes the objective, the method, the results, conclusion, and recommendation. For the keywords, at least 5 keywords will be included for the study. When you do the regression, this example of the multiple regression, you can see that the R square is explanation power. If R square show equal 0.276, it means that 27.6 can explain the conceptual model. And you can use for the multiple regression only when the significant at ANOVA table. This is an example of the beta value. You can see that the beta value are different, and the constant very important also. If the constant or intercept significant, it means that in further study you have to include for more variable, because three variables significant at 0.001, and for further study it's necessary to include for more variable to predict the intention to use. And this is the example of the descriptive analysis necessary to add for the gender, the age, status, education slightly, and the region in Thailand. When you start to collect the data, we start to collect the data from the respondent who were over 18 years old, because you have to avoid any ethical issue if you collect the data from respondent under 18. You have to ask for permission from their parents. Another example, PLS-SEM is the dangle. And this is, you can write for the table to explain of the PLS-SEM. And you have to write for the effect and total sample size. And this is the example of PLS-SEM. And you show SR, MR, and significant value. And the R square means that explanation power. The mediating effect can explain by 70%. And the final outcome can explain for 69.5. It's very high in percentage for explanation power. And for the organization of the paper, you have to include for the introduction. Introduction includes for the background, the research gap, the research question and research objective. And for the literature review, includes for the definition of terms of the variable, includes for the hypothesis and the framework. In the method, it should be included for the data collection and analysis. And the result explained for the MRA, Pearson, or SEM result. And this section, you have to discussion for support or argument for the previous study. And the conclusion should be focused on the questionnaire. When you do the data collection, you have to do add for the population, for the definite or indefinite population. You have to add for the sampling technique. You have to get for the design of, for example, for a right questionnaire survey, it's better if you collect the data from over 385 for from the respondent, and collection duration collection for the data collection period is necessary to be included. And when you analyze it, you have to do analysis for descriptive analysis or inferential analysis. The example for descriptive is mean and standard deviation frequency, percentage, and inferential analysis. The example are Pearson, PLS-SEM, or multiple regression. When you do the reference, you have to use the scholarly paper for 5 years, not for the old paper. You have to follow the reference style. You have to add for the citation. You have to add for the link of the reference. You have to use of the citation and without self-citation. And the suggestion for the bachelor degree research, you can use for simple regression, because this is the digital era. You have to use the software to analyze for the quantitative research. The example of the master degree research you can use for multiple regression, and for doctoral degree you can use for structural equation model. the example when you would like to publish in Scopus or Web of Science or Google Scholar or any publication or Scopus book also, you have to use for analysis of the quantitative analysis, such descriptive or inferential analysis. In this topic, I will talk about the quantitative analysis, and for further, maybe some time of the qualitative analysis. And for the two books that I be the editor, you could write for the full chapter of the sustainable development for the hospital and clinic. Also, another book chapter is about the privacy and security management practice for organization. Sorry. And thank you. I'm not sure the problem about the network is from my
All right.
side or your side?
Yes, Prof. Thank you for your insightful presentation. Yeah, we do understand about the internet connection. It's not only in Thailand, in Indonesia as well. Okay. So, well, we would like to invite the participants to address question for Dr. Supa Prawat. I'm sorry, Prof, if I made mistake and mention your name.
It's okay.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, yeah. The participants, you may address question. It's really interesting. It's about quantitative analysis, SPSS and PLS. So, does anyone, you may unmute yourself, or you may write your question in chat box.
But now I cannot see the screen. Okay.
Okay. Prof, while waiting from the participants to address question, can I ask you one question, Prof?
Sure.
Okay. Because now I'm teaching actually educational statistics, and most of my students ask me, actually, what is the different, or is there any something the uniqueness from PLS rather than use SPSS? They tend to use smart PLS, but sometimes they don't understand which one that they want to use. Because they, for example, the respondents or the sample is about 200 students. Is that okay if they use smart PLS or they use SPSS? Which one is better based on your
PLS,
experience, Prof?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question. PLS SEM comprised of 3 types. The first type is EMOS, second smart PLS, and another new of the PLS SEM is the Dango. And in my opinion, depend on your research analysis. If you use smart, if you use EMOS, if you use the Dango, it's okay. But 200 plus, I think is small, but possible to analyze using a PLS SEM. But in my opinion, 385 over 385 is good, because EMOS will get significant at when you use for at least 500 is better for EMOS. But PLS SEM Adenko, a minimum of 200, not less than 200. But if you use SPSS, it means that you test for multiple regression for the direct effect. But PLS SEM is the test the mediating effect also or you can test only for the direct effect. But the useful of PLS-SEM, you can see the factor routing. You can see the reliability. You can see the SRMR. And I think multiple regression sometimes significant in variable different from SCM because SCM includes for the mediator. Hope I can answer the question.
All right, Prof. Thank you. Yes, it's thank you for your explanation. Yeah. I plan to use Smart PLS, but we do hope that someday maybe Prof, you are willing to spare your time to share your idea about that Smart PLS.
Yeah. Smart POS, but I use Adenko. I use Adenko for a Ryzen version. Yes, and I'm not sure that we can see anyone at Indonesia because November 15 and 16, I will go to Universitas Terbuka in Jakarta for the inviting professor. I teach for some PLS SEM Adenko. And if have time, I can demonstrate for PLS SEM for Adenko. In my opinion, it's very cheap and effective for explain the model.
All right, Prof. Thank you for your wonderful presentation today. Thank you for your time to share your ideas about quantitative analysis. We are so glad to see you today. So, hopefully someday we will have another occasion. Thank you, Prof. So, because there is no question, I think, in the chat box. Let me see. Okay, there is no question. So, thank you for sharing your ideas, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, Prof, you may stop sharing.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so now we would like to invite the next invited speaker. We have Dr. Fargis. Are you in Zoom now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in Zoom. Yes. Can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear your voice. It's clearly.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Well, I would like to greet you, Dr. K. Fargis. Thank you for joining this session. Thank you for spare your time. Yes.
Thank you. See, in fact, I'm in the middle of my
glad
class
to see you today.
in my university. Yes, I'm fine. And the problem
Really?
is I cannot share my presentation just because, see, there is an issue between Zoom and our service providers. So, in fact, I'm joining you now on my mobile, on my own data, and presentation is, of course, in my laptop. So I'll talk. I'll talk, but I cannot do the presentation. Hope it's fine.
All right. Okay. So we will wait for this slide later. I'm gonna share later the times when you're sharing.
Right. I'll share it later. Maybe the presentation.
Hold on. Give me 5. No, it's not 5 minutes. 1 minute. Wait. I need to plug. My PC is slow bit. Sorry.
Okay.
How are you, Prof? It's not fine, right? When you are in Tuban?
Yeah, great.
Right?
Yeah, I was in Tuban. See, that was a real nice time. Yes, I remember you. Oh, I was wondering, a very familiar face. See, I still remember, I cherish the memories when I was, in fact, I was there as a visiting professor to 2 universities. One, the Negeri, Makassar. No, it's in Negeri, Malang. It was in Malang, Islamic University, Malang, and University Tuban. I remember you. That's great. Nice to see you. That was a
Nice to
nice
see
time
you.
when we had
Okay.
together. Yeah,
Well,
that's
all right, all right. Well, let me your biography, Prof.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we have the speaker, Dr. K.J. Parges, MA, Ph.D., is an associate professor of English and research supervisor at Chris College Autonomous in Jalakuda, affiliated to the University Calicut. Is that true?
Pardon?
Kerala, India. Okay,
Yes,
he is on MA
it's
in
Kerala,
English.
India, and now I am also dean of my university. Okay, now I am been promoted to dean. I am a dean. Okay, thank you.
Okay, congratulations. So now you are dean. All right. Um. Okay. He has
Thank you.
two
Thank you.
postgraduate diplomas to his graduate, one in journalism and other in English language teaching. He has presented papers in national and international seminars in India and abroad, published papers in international research journals, and on editorial board member and reviewer of international reputable journal, and is an editor of 5 books. He is a visiting faculty to state and national teacher training institute and universities. He has spoken in international conferences in the USA, UK, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Nepal, Thailand, Oman, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And he is also a member of doctoral committees in several universities and a PhD adjudicator in 6 universities in India. So, Prof, you have about 15 minutes to share your ideas. After that, there will be question and answer session. So the floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you. See, today, and I still cherish the memories that I had with professors and the scholars in University Tuban and Islamic University Malang. And thanks a lot for inviting me, and I express my gratitude to my dear friend and soulmate and DSC friend and the university rector and others. We in fact signed an MOU, yesterday, and now I am here to speak on the digital transformation of education in the post-COVID scenario or the VUCA era. And I think when I use the term VUCA, VUCA, it communicates. VUCA era, in fact, is a time of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So that such an era is often said to be VUCA era, VUCA, since I'm not showing you the slides. VUCA era, of course, see, our educational practices are undergoing changes and it is volatile. Now it's uncertain. Of course, during the COVID times, it was volatile, it was uncertain, it was complex. We all know that. Okay, and then now things are, and we had a new normal then. Now we have changed into an old normal. We all know. Okay, but even then, the practices that we had during COVID times stays. A lot of webinars, online programs, and we are reaching our students online. So such practices, and we have synchronous and asynchronous mode of teaching. All these, to a certain extent, are now very much there. So in that situation, how can we effect, and we have now studies going on, especially on AI, artificial intelligence. But we all know the situation, though it is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, we have a lot of tools now. In fact, we can very effectively use it in order to teach and reach our students. We all know digital transformation of education means transforming an organization's core business to better meet customer needs by leveraging technology and data. Now, with COVID, it took place, a digital transformation of education has taken place. And in a way, we see in acquiring the knowledge, acquiring the skills, values, and beliefs and habits, we are using maximum of latest technologies, ICTs, and now AI. So in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, of course, there are a lot of confusions regarding how to teach because the students are digital natives and many of the teachers are digital immigrants. And students demand, they are online collaborators, they are multitasking students, multitaskers, they are online and they interact with a lot of the digital gadgets. So often there is a digital divide sometimes between the institutions and
Okay, due to the bad internet connection, so kindly wait, Dr. Ragis, to come back to this Zoom meeting. We will provide about the PowerPoint presentation after he sent.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe while we are waiting for the keynote speaker, may I have a screenshot for the presenters?
Yes. Okay, sure.
The attendance list absennya sudah dibagikan, daftar hadirnya bisa diisi. And then please open your camera. I want to have a moment. Okay, silahkan while we are waiting for the keynote speaker because of the signal is unstable, I think. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. For the next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, tahan. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. In the 5th, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Next, 3, 2, 1. And the 7th slide. Okay, thank you for Nur Sakina. And the last. Okay, finish. Thank you for everyone. Well, I give to Ma'am Nuraini. How about the moderator, ma'am? How about the keynote speaker?
We are still waiting. Just wait for about 3 minutes.
Okay, we are waiting for 3 minutes, right? Okay, ma'am, thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am. There was some problem. Excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
Okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Yeah, the problem was, in fact, the I mean, connection is very fluctuating. The network is fluctuating here. Some works are going on. That's it. Okay, in the university. So I'm sorry for that. Let me continue with where I've stopped. Fine, fine. Now it's okay, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So I
Prof.
was
You may
talking about
continue.
this. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, in fact, the digital transformation, how it all came about was my, topic of discussion, and especially in this situation. So, the use of ICT. When I speak of the use of latest ICTs, now we have the use of AI, artificial intelligence, and here, see, when we use it, ICT in education, especially when we think of ICTs, that too, when we think of education, teaching learning is one area very important, then assessment, then professional development and administration. And in all these, we have, and as far as teaching and learning is concerned, of course, we need to create the content and deliver the content. We have a lot of platforms for delivering the content, both in the synchronous and in the asynchronous way. And we have what do you call a lot of softwares and AI supported what do you call and generative AI platforms where you can create the content. So in that way, the teaching learning process, delivering and creating the content. Then we have, of course, the assessment. We have a lot of assessment tools related to ICTs, which we can very effectively use. And for professional development, we have a lot of opportunities now. We have webinars, we have online conferences, we have collaborative researchers. And I mentioned that I've been doing a collaborative research with a lot of different universities in Indonesia, in fact, and my papers, both in Scopus and also in the indexed journals, are many. So in fact, I'm happy about my visit there because I'm collaborating and we get a lot of citations when we work together, that too in different countries. And we have our research scholars citing it. So in that way, a lot of work is being done in this area in spite of the distance that we are in. And this, what they call era of VUCA, as I said, it's uncertain, it's volatile. It offers a lot of educational implications. And it also offers a lot of tremendous challenges, and also a lot of opportunities. We all know that. To rethink there, and let's see this artificial intelligence era, and also this industrial revolution 4.0 speaks about us to rethink our basic tenets. It helps us to rethink our basic beliefs of teaching learning process, how we can very incorporate the latest technologies and ICTs into our teaching learning process, to deploy latest technologies in a creative and productive ways. It is not enough that we know these technologies. We will have to deploy it in creative and productive ways, to restructure education to respond progressively and constructively to the social and technological changes. That's it. To restructure education, that's something very important. We need to, and we are doing it in India. We are now going with the latest NEP, that is new education policy, where we are concentrating on OBE, outcome-based education, and also learner-centered education. Of course, you know what outcome-based education is, with Bloom's taxonomy, with different cognitive levels. We all know. Earlier in the traditional classroom, we used to address only the traditional or the lower cognitive levels like understanding and remembering. But with the coming of outcome-based education, we have what you call AI-generated question papers, AI-generated what you call the content, and we are trying to reach the top cognitive levels like analyzing, synthesizing, creating, etc. Okay, so it is our duty. It is the duty of educators to restructure education to respond progressively and constructively to the social and technological changes. A lot of changes have taken place, and let's like other walks of life, they incorporated latest technologies, and those technologies in a way contributed much to their whether it is banking, whether it is medicine, whether it is architecture, every way the same way. Earlier the concept of a classroom, as we all know, was a dedicated teacher, a good teacher was a person who could what they call who thinks four walls of his classroom his world, four walls of his classroom his world, which means he was such a dedicated, committed teacher. But now a good teacher is a person who can bring world into the classroom. A good teacher, I repeat, a good teacher is a person who can bring world into the classroom. So what happens here is, with the latest technologies, we can bring world into the classroom, because our students are not just citizens of Indonesia or citizens of India, but they are global citizens. And when they are global citizens, as we all know, we should bring the world into the classroom. And also a lot of interdisciplinary studies are also plausible. That's what we are. The best way to foster future flourishing education in this VUCA, in this uncertain, volatile, complex times, is to create environments and design experiences so that students can easily practice their capacities, their character, their beliefs, etc. And they get empowered. So ICTs, use of latest ICTs can be of help to create global citizens. And now, see, of course, COVID has opened a lot of avenues for us, a lot of avenues in the field of education. And it has paved way for learning new resources, giving a lot of opportunities to experience technology interventions, to enable learning new skill sets. So we are all, and to reinforce the need for continuous learning. So we can do all these just because of the latest technologies, and we can reach everywhere now through webinars, through synchronous and asynchronous platforms. So there is a big change happening among students and teachers. See, as far as teachers are concerned, in an ICT, AI classroom, the teacher is not only a knowledge transmitter. In the traditional classrooms, teachers were knowledge transmitters, but now they are facilitators, they are collaborators, they are knowledge navigators and co-learners. That's the paradigm shift for teachers. And for students, the students are now, they take upon responsibilities, and they are self-directed, reflective students, self-directed, self-regulated students. And the earlier students were controlled by teachers, but now we have learner-centered education. So it happens so that the learner is at the center of everything, and teacher is just one of the sources of information. It is the duty of the teacher, the educator, to tell them, to make them know about the different sources, so that they can and create a congenial atmosphere for learning. That's what teachers are supposed to do. And the Bloom's taxonomy, now, earlier, As I said, mostly the concentration was understanding and remembering the lower cognitive levels. But now we have applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating the higher order. Are often addressed through these latest technologies. So what should be the change from VUCA situation? VUCA means volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous situation. From there, volatility should change to vision, and uncertainty to understanding, complexity to clarity, and ambiguity to agility. That kind of changes are possible nowadays with generative AI, and also the latest technologies. If we can incorporate latest technologies into education, all these different, the volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous state of affairs will change to visionary, understanding, clear, and agile situation. For this, teachers have to be equipped with technology, pedagogy, and knowledge. Okay, it's often said to be TPAC. So knowledge, we all know. We do our courses, we do our programs, and we get it. And pedagogical knowledge is also attained through a lot of training programs. And technological knowledge is a must. So a new, what you call a 21st century teacher should be with all these technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. And let me tell you, see, we have now plenty of resources, but we also should know how to use them effectively. Effective use of these technologies, and especially, generative AI will help us both in our teaching learning process, in our research, and also in our professional development. So my little advice to all educators, all budding educators, are this: using technology successfully in the classroom is a mindset rather than a skill set. The skill set will follow. So we need to have a mindset to use technologies for the benefit of our students. And let me tell you, successful implementation of digital transformation of education lies not in hardware or software, but in human way. And what is this human way? Teachers' ability to plan, design, implement, and evaluate effective pedagogical uses of the latest technologies. I repeat, successful implementation of ICTs in education, AI in education, lies not in hardware or software, but in human way. Okay, and what is human way? The individual teacher's ability to plan, design, implement, evaluate effective pedagogical uses of latest technologies. And let me tell you, the best way to predict the future is to create it. My dear educators, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So with the latest AI, the latest ICT, I wish smart teaching and smart learning to all my colleagues, all the educators and the budding educators and research scholars who are attending it. So, dear friends, smart teaching and smart learning. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for your sharing. It's fruitful and insightful. So maybe we have question from the participants. Sorry, because we have a really limited of the time. So the question, maybe we open for one question. The participant, does anyone wants to address question for Professor Pargis from Irinjalakuda, Kerala, India.
India. Yes.
Yes. Let me see the chat box. Okay. Yeah, there is no question actually from the participants. Maybe they maybe they. Okay, we have Marwa Wahyuni. She's raising her hand. Please, you may unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the chance that's given to me. It's my twice today for asking a question from the presenter. And my question for today's topic is about how can technology be used to support more inclusive and student-centered learning? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good question. See, how we can use technology to make learning student-centered, learner-centered is a question. So let me tell you this thing, because in traditional classrooms, what we cannot can be done with technology. We all know how effectively, for example, see, I mean, what we do. I'll tell you maybe in the case of learning the language. In learning the language, see, we have a language lab in the college. So it is something like self-study. What happens is they can listen because they listen to different accents. Because there are different Englishes. You have American English, you have British English, you have Canadian English, you have what you call Australian English, you have Indian English, you have Indonesian English, such variants. So what we make our students do is to listen, and they will then speak. So they get a kind of ear training to better their language, okay? And then naturally we ask them to speak. So it's all very much student-centered because they get involved in the activities. So such activities are possible in a diversified, in a different way other than the traditional classroom. We can also give them assignments on the net. For example, we have such assignments given on the net where a lot of language will have to be used and they have to come out tasks. That's what I meant. And task-oriented teaching, we give them a lot of tasks is again related to technology. And one thing, when we give them physical tasks, it has to be performed in the class. When we give them virtual tasks, they can carry it home. They can do it at the leisure time. So it's all. So it's a kind of lifelong learning and extra learning too. And students often find out so it's a kind of trial and error method is also involved. So in those cases, students get to know things in their own way. Okay, they get time for problem solving. No teacher is to solve the problem. Okay, and critical thinking can also be developed, especially related to, since I'm from the language side, I would say, and a lot of what you call podcasts, which is not otherwise possible. Now I can maybe with a click, I can listen to an American speaking, I can listen to a British speaking, and Indonesian speaking, African speaking, and Indian speaking, and a Canadian speaking. So naturally, we get ear training of the ear, and that will help us. And it all happens through technology. And if there was no technology, it would have been difficult. Thank you. Hope I answered your question, ma'am. And it is applicable to other, languages, other disciplines too. Thank you. I can't hear you. Are you speaking, ma'am? I can hear you, ma'am. Okay, it's fine.
We can hear you, ma'am. We can hear you.
Voice, ma'am.
All right. Am I audible? What about this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Prof, for
Thank
answering the
you.
question and
Okay, thank
delivering
you. Thank you.
talk today.
Thank you.
Digital transformation, I can conclude the closing remarks is digital transformation is smart learning and smart teaching. That is the closing remarks that you have
Thank you.
mentioned
Yes.
before. Yep. So thank you very much, Prof. Fargis,
Thank
for
you. See
sharing
you
your
soon. See you
wonderful
soon. Bye-bye.
ideas.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, Auntie, and others, organizers, Rector, and deans. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Hope to see you
Okay,
soon.
bye.
Maybe again in
Yes.
Indonesia. Or come this side to India. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nice to see you today. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Same
Well,
to you.
yes. Well, thank you for the participants, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the end of the invited speaker session. And regarding on the certificate, the committee will provide it as soon as possible. Okay, so thank you for joining this wonderful occasion, the international conference from Indonesia and collaboration with other countries. Thank you for joining this session and hope to see you in another occasion. And me, myself, I'm Dr. Nuraini. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.